Hey folks, what's going on? Tonight we're going to be doing the commentary for Alan Wake, so let's go ahead and dive right on in. Not gonna lie, I was actually really excited to go and be doing a commentary for Alan Wake. It's one of the main reasons why I wanted to get an external capture card. So I'd pretty much left the Xbox ecosystem around the time they said that they were going to be doing an Alan Wake remaster. I felt that the platform didn't really have anything to offer me. So when they went ahead and did the remaster, I kind of said to myself, okay, we're going to be going ahead and just living without it, I guess. So I just kind of said, if I want to play it, I can just go and play it on 360 if need be. And around this time the Xbox One was still working as well, and so I just kind of said to myself, yeah, I can just play the backwards compatible version, if I want to, more or less, and that was pretty much it for me. What had actually changed was they announced that they were going to be releasing it on Nintendo Switch. And I said to myself, oh, the Switch is kind of lacking a fair bit of hardware. Is that even possible? I didn't even really play around with it too much. I just kind of said to myself, okay, the Switch has the GPU probably could do it, but the processor maybe not so much unless they did some heavy tailoring for it because of the engine that Alan Wake is actually done in. So I had just waited for a while. So I've always loved this game. I loved all of them. Haven't had a chance to go and play the sequel that they have made. I just haven't had enough time in the day, and so it's always kind of fallen on the back burner a fair bit, but I loved the core game. The DLC was kind of like eh, and then I also loved the little spin-off game that they made, American Nightmare, back on Xbox 360. So I was really kind of pleasantly surprised. When they released the Switch port, I was told to stay away from it because it had very bad frame pacing initially, and I just said to myself, okay, Remedy is pretty good about things like this, let's go ahead and just give them some time. So I went ahead and I sat on it for like a year. And around this time I just kind of said to myself, I wouldn't mind going and filming it at all. That would actually be really nice, but I don't want to go and have like a huge ass setup just to go and do it. So I had started playing around with the idea of going and getting a laptop as well as an external capture card and going and filming it. At the time I didn't really want to sit there and spend too much money on a laptop to just go and capture things, and I was looking at the newer cards and stuff, and they were advertising 4K capture and all of this other stuff that I wasn't really interested in because my recordings have always been at 720p or 1080p depending on what's being filmed at that moment in time. So I just kind of sat back and I said to myself, okay, this is going to be a beginner setup for going and learning how to do captures with external equipment instead of onboard. So I said to myself, okay, what can I pick up that is rather cheap and easy, and is something that I could just go ahead and take with me. So I had eventually settled on, I was doing a lot of research. My render rig runs off of Mac OS and stuff, so I said to myself, okay, I just kind of want to stay on that OS a little bit to try to mitigate various issues that I may have. I was still using the Mac Mini at the time as well. And so I said to myself, okay, what can I grab that is cheap and easy, that can kind of get my foot in the door a fair bit, that I can just go and easily learn, that I'm already familiar with. So I said to myself, okay, I'm already familiar with all of my tools on Mac OS, and I'm already familiar with, the operating system and, everything else. So I had settled on I was looking around, and everybody at the time was recommending the Elgato HD60S Plus for capturing, for like beginner capturing, because it works on Windows, Mac, and everything else. And so I just kind of said to myself, oh, okay, this isn't, super bad or anything. I think that I could go and do something with this. And so I had looked at the card, and I looked online, and I said to myself, okay, where can I actually go and, where can I find a laptop to go and pair it up? So my travels had eventually led me to eBay. And so Apple stuff is relatively expensive, but old Apple stuff is not only incredibly cheap, but it is very, very effective at what it does. And it's also incredibly durable. Like, everything I want to say from 2015 back was great, except for a couple of laptops in the 2012 lineup. Those things were just awful with their NVIDIA GPUs, but I sat back and I said, okay, well, this HD60S Plus needs at least a 4th gen, i-series processor, so let's see what we can find on eBay and stuff to see if we even like the concept of going and using an external toolkit to go and capture instead of trying to make everything on board. So at the time, I had done a fair bit of research. Not gonna lie, I don't really use laptops that much. I just kind of sat back and said, okay, well, we don't want a multi-monitor setup, so let's just go ahead and use a laptop instead, because initially I was going to try to use a multi-monitor setup with the Mac Mini and then try to go and feed everything into it. It just wasn't really working out too well. So I had eventually started shopping around for a laptop, and my journey had literally gone and taken me to a bunch of forums, and they said, yeah, out of the 2015 lineup, the best that you can do is the mid-2015 Retina 15-inch MacBook Pro with a really nice i7 in it, as well as a dedicated GPU and 16 gigs of RAM. So I went ahead and I had settled on that, and I said, okay, this card is verified to work with this laptop. Theoretically, I should be able to take it out, record with it, and then go fold everything back up, put it away, and allows things to stay very neat and tidy. I like to keep everything in my home very neat and very tidy and stuff. I don't really like messes too much. It really makes my skin crawl. So I had settled on this, and so I was actually really, really excited. I did not know that the main issue that I had at the time with recording this game was not so much the game itself. The game actually records very, very well. The problem that I had is that as time went on, they were changing the codec requirements that the capture card would go and function on, as well as the software. So it had initially started off as a very low system requirement to go and use Game Capture HD to go and record your games, and then eventually it just kind of grew and grew and grew, and they had made no mention of this elsewhere. Like, I wasn't able to go and find it on like the website or anything like that. They had made no mention of it. There's no forum posts about it. It was actually a friend of mine that was like, yeah, well, when you go and you read the firmware notes, because the card took its own separate set of updates, and then when you read the Game Capture HD notes, it blatantly states that, as we go and, as we update these, the system requirements is going to go up. So it used to be that if you had used the card right out of the box in an older version of the software, you could go and do a 1080p recording, no problem. But since they're using a much stronger codec, I just kind of sat there and said, oh, there's going to be another, much higher system requirement. And so you, technically speaking, can go and record on a 4th gen, but they don't really recommend it too much. So I initially had plans to go and film Alan Wake in 1080p, and eventually it was docked down to 720 for size constraints and a whole smorgasbord of other things. I also noticed that when even though I had met the system requirement for it, when I had cranked it up to 1080p, I was also dropping frames. So with Alan Wake, it was a lot of learning and stuff. There was a lot of tricks that I had to go and employ just to go and get Alan Wake where it had needed to be. Due to contrary belief, this game was not filmed in one giant, continuous 8-hour stint. It was filmed in multiple segments. I would basically, since the capture card was kind of struggling with the laptop that I was using, as well as its own set of issues from failing hardware, I would have to go and film it in episodic format. I would have to go render that section just to make sure there's no busted frames or anything like that that can impact it later on down the line. And then once all the sections are rendered, I would just go stitch them together on black screens where there's no audio playing. And it gives the illusion that, hey, this is just one really, really long recording. And I had done that with pretty much all the games. I would try to catch them on like loading screens, or I would always try to catch them in transitional points, because me sitting down for like in between 8 to 12 hours, like some of these videos are 12 hours, especially when we start creeping over to Resident Evil 6, it wasn't really that feasible. And so I had eventually said to myself, yeah, I just really cannot do this, you know, in a single take. So it was a lot of filming the chapter, checking it for issues, and then going, and since that segment would be fine, I would go just stick it to the side. Film another segment, check it for issues, set it to the side. And this was the process for all of Alan Wake. And it was a process that worked, you know, because if there was like a single section that was busted, maybe it didn't render correctly, or maybe it didn't capture correctly, whatever the case may be, you know, I could go back and just repeat that entire section. I could literally just sit down and say, hey, you know, we just need to do this one piece, all the other pieces work. And that was great. Alan Wake is a much longer game compared to all the other ones I was filming at the time, like with the Resident Evil titles. It was a clear-cut case of I can play this entire game in 3.5, 4 hours. You know, I could just do that in the evening. If I have time, I would like relegate a day to it and just say, okay, we're going to go ahead and do this. And so I did, more or less. And it was just one of those things. But with Alan Wake, I knew that it was going to be an extremely long game. I knew that I didn't even really want to rush it. I wanted to take my time with it. I feel that Alan Wake isn't so much a game that you play, it's an experience that you have, because the world is really, really rich, and it's got a lot of good things going for it. I've always really appreciated Alan Wake for what it is, per se. I mean, it's like some Stephen King mashed together with some Twin Peaks and everything else. It's just like a really good mashing up of everything. And it was also the game, back when I was much younger, it was also the game that solidified my love for writing, you know, because I fell in love with writing. Like, I went, and back then at least, I would go and I would play the original, and I liked the narration, and so this is the game that actually got me into writing. Well, not this one, the old one did, but I would sit down and I would fall in love with narration. I would try it myself. I would literally sit down and say, oh, okay, you know, we're going to go ahead and we're going to try to do it ourselves. And so when I would sit down and I would write, I found out that I was not only really, really good at it, I enjoyed it immensely. So in many ways, Alan Wake was the game that actually got me into writing. And if it wasn't for this game, I would not write nearly as much as I do. I would have never cranked out books. I would have never written short stories. I literally would have never done any of these things. So in many ways, Alan Wake is a game that's actually really close to my heart, and I was really, really happy to see it actually go and get a remaster. It's really, really nice. So a lot of people, I think, it was really weird when this remake came out, because the moldy oldies that actually remember this game's first outing, they know that it is very, very heavily inspired by Twin Peaks in terms of where it's located at, even a little bit of the story theming, just the small bullshit town in the back of the mountains with a bunch of weird things going on with it vibe, you know. And so when this remake, remaster, whatever you'd like to call it, actually came out, a lot of the kids were kind of sitting there saying, you know, there's no references or anything, because they were playing it as a horror game that they heard had references, and so they didn't even get the reference of the going over and looking at the jukebox and stuff. They didn't even really get the various Twin Peaks references. They had literally gotten none of it. And even these guys right here are a little bit of a reference. But no, it's actually quite wild, I think, because, you know, it was just one of those things, and Alan Wake was such a good game for the time that it came out, but I thought it was so friggin' weird how they went ahead, they did the remaster, and people were treating it as an entirely new game. So overall, I think that the game is really, really solid. They didn't really do anything wrong with it. I mean, they got the frame pacing down pat, you know, the story's down pat, you know, it's just really, really nice. The only thing that I did not really care for with this particular version of the game, and this is literally just me nitpicking at this point, is since the SD card loads extremely slow due to limited bus on the Switch, you can definitely tell that they were going and using cutscenes to cover up the loading screens. And so one of the things that I had noticed while playing this particular version of the game is that sometimes the cutscenes have a tendency to skitch a little bit, and I just remember kind of sitting down looking at it and saying to myself, oh geez, you know. And I didn't really, it wasn't enough to sit there and make me stop playing the game, but it was definitely noticeable and stuff. And I think it was one of the main caveats of going and playing it on Nintendo Switch. And then normally, you know, I would just say, well, run it off of the onboard NAND, more or less. And, you know, even that, though, you know, with as slow as everything loads off of it due to CPU constraints and everything else, I don't even think it would have really been a fit. You know, it would have been a proper fit for, it would have not been a proper fit for much of anything. And it would have not been a fix either, thinking about it. You know, it would have not fit in any scenario, and it would have never been a fix to begin with. So it really just, working around it, I think, while I was going and filming Alan Wake, it was learning to go and having to accept these limitations. The game still looks beautiful for the Nintendo Switch in general. We don't really get too many games that actually look really, really gorgeous like this. You know, like, it's still very pleasing. You can still see the occasional bush spawn in and various texture pops and everything else, but outside of that, it's a very, very robust port. Overall, I think during the time that I was going and filming this, I was filming this, strangely enough, at probably one of the worst periods in my life. It was really, really weird because I was trying to throw my life together, more or less, which I'm still more or less in the process of, and so I'm just kind of sitting down, and the day that I was filming the second segment of this, I had just gotten some of the worst fucking news I think I had gotten in a really long time. So I sat down, I was kind of sitting at the foot of my bed, right? And I'm thinking to myself, do I really want to do this? You know, like, do I really want to go and try to push forward with it? And so it was just really one of those things, like, I was having serious reservations and stuff. And around the time that I was going and filming this, I had gotten some pretty upsetting news. You know, I literally had received a packet in the mail. The mental health clinic that I was attached to a lawsuit. And so they were going through all of the patients' data and stuff, and I found out that a lot of the patients were being overdosed. And so the packet was pretty straightforward. It was like, you know, just sign on the bottom and mail it back to us. Well, I just don't like signing things haphazardly. I like to actually take time to go and read it, so I went and I busted out a giant magnifying glass that I normally keep. And I was trying to make the text as big as possible, and it was like 23 pages of just straight up awful things that were happening. And so around this time, we didn't really know what was going on with my health at all. Like, there was just a lot of things happening. I was randomly passing out, having seizures, all that stuff. And my blood pressure was routinely low. And so I had received a packet mid-film with this damn game, and it had blatantly stated, hey, you know, from our records, you know, it kind of shows that you were being overdosed on a drug called Seroquel, well, quintiapine. You know, and we're taking action against this, and, you know, we're going to be going ahead and solving this. And so it was really just kind of a horrible thing at the time, because I was just kind of sitting down saying, Jesus Christ, you know, because I would go to the ER over and over again every time I passed out or had a seizure, and they would say, nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong, nothing's wrong. So I was supposed to be on, oh man, I was supposed to be on 800 milligrams a day. And they were maxing me out at, I think, like close to 1,200, because they had me taking it multiple times a day. And it was just really awful. And apparently the entire clinic was aware of this, but it was best to just kind of keep me docile and everything else. And so the thing with Seroquel is it very heavily regulates your CNS, especially your sympathetic systems. And so I just kind of sat back and I said, oh geez, this is really, really bad. And so I had a lot to think about while I was trying to go and film this. And the paperwork, literally, long story short, it was just page after page of, well, we, the company, are going to go and try to sue various providers and, you know, hold them accountable, blah, 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 blah. Well, a lot of these providers worked under them directly, so it didn't really make much sense to me. So, you know, if you're aware of it, then it would be best for you guys to go and handle it. And at the time, it was my case manager, the nurse that was like going in, handling my meds, things like that. They were basically trying to do the entire care team, and it wasn't just working out that well. It wasn't really that great at all. So I was mid-filming this and trying to handle that, and it just wasn't really getting any better. And I had to sit down at the time I was filming this, and I very kind of casually, mind you, I was mid-session, and I said, hey, you know, I've got some questions to ask you. Depending on how these questions are answered, it's going to, you know, dictate where we go from here, more or less. And I asked her if she was comfortable with it, and she said sure. So I flat out asked her, I was like, hey, I've been being overdosed on Seroquel. They said that you were aware of it. Do you know anything about this? And she had stated no. So at that point, I kind of chose to go and believe it. I was like, okay, alright, let's see what we have going on here. And so I had sat down and I had just gone through all my records. I think I had, at the time, oh man, 600 pages of records from the clinic, because I was in this phase of going and just trying to go and clean up my entire life. So I had just heaps and heaps of medical records. And so when you go and retrieve your records, they don't give you the full set, including like office notes and everything else. So I went through my standard records, all 600, and I think it was like 618 pages, printed front to back. And I couldn't really find what I was looking for. And then I went down there and said, hey, you know, I have an open case. Can I get my complete record history? So the size went from 618 all the way up to, I think it was like a little under 1200. And I decided to go through all of it and stuff. And it was just notes on notes on notes on notes, and I had noticed after a while that some things just really weren't adding up. And then they were trying to sit there and say that my therapist at the time had made a bunch of notes and then signed off on it. But this was in the in the middle of when we were going, and she was still at the clinic, and then going and doing some work from home stuff, you know. So basically she was still at the clinic, but she would have to sign off on various things that she would do. So I would go and I would compare her direct signature to the signature that they would have in the office notes, and I found that they wouldn't really line up with much of anything. You know, they weren't even the same style. One was in print, the other one was in cursive. It just didn't really make much, if any, sense to me. So I said, this doesn't really seem right. And so I just kind of kept digging through the notes and stuff, and the language sounded different and stuff. There was just like little subtle things that you kind of pay attention to. And my neurodivergent ass was like, there's a change here, you know, and like it picks up patterns very, very easily. And so I was trying to, for a while, my first couple of runs of this game, I was actually doing really, really bad on. And I don't mean bad like gameplay and stuff. I mean I was doing a bad job filming it, because I was trying to go and juggle that as well as investigate this entire shit show, and then, you know, try to go from there, essentially. And so I was basically splitting up too much of my time. I was like, okay, you know, we're going and trying to film this game, but we also have to handle this paperwork, and we have to go and we have to investigate that, you know, and all this other stuff. And it just wasn't really looking good. And then that eventually led to like a few court dates and stuff, and it wasn't really that great. I hated it, very much so. And it's just something I'm not really ever going to forget. I think. So long story short, I had to juggle this game, and then afterwards there was like a lot of fallout from it. I had never, I think, recovered. Like, they did a very good job of damaging my therapist's reputation and stuff with me and stuff, and so I don't really think that we have, I don't really think that we have, I don't really think that we have that good of a relationship anymore, because with me having issues with paranoia, it was a clear-cut case of, okay, I know I already have these issues, let's try to move past it. And then it's just been like one struggle after another, because now I just kind of always have that lurking in the back of my head, you know, the did I make the right decision to stand up for this woman kind of thing, you know, was my trust misplaced? And so I think about it a fair bit, you know, I think about it a lot, and I just kind of say to myself, oh, okay, you know, this is where we're at, you know, this is what we're doing. And so with Alan Wake, I had to do 3 total takes of it. The first set of takes were really, really bad, because I would go do research during the day, go through my records during the day, and then fill out a little bit of the forms during the day. And then each and every night I would try to sit down and film. Well, when you're that paranoid and stuff, and when you're having mental health issues that are that pronounced, filming really doesn't happen, like, at all. You kind of sit there, and your, like, depression and anxiety is so high that you're like, I can't do this, you know? So you struggle with it, and this went on for weeks, just literally weeks and weeks and weeks, and then the closing arguments were literally made on my birthday, and it was an awful way to go and spend your birthday, essentially. I think anybody that would have to go and do that, I would expect them to be pretty pissed with it, I think. So I put the game down, and I didn't touch it for a while. I literally didn't touch it, didn't look at it. I was in this phase of trying to go and salvage my mental health life. You know, I was like dealing with the fallout of it and stuff, and, you know, I had to ask myself the question of, do I really want to sit here and stay in therapy and all this other stuff? And, you know, it's living with paranoia, I think, is kind of an interesting thing at times, because even when you go and you think critically and you, like, learn to examine it and stuff, your brain does have a very interesting way of fucking with you. And so, even if you are, you know, going and being as rational as possible, you can still go and be extremely irrational on top of it, you know, for the sake of being irrational, which is really not that great, I think. So, the fallout kind of continued a fair bit. I kind of sat there, and I was going and doing my thing and trying to go and essentially get to that better place. So the second run came up, and I had just said to myself, okay, you know, this is going to be, you know, this is going to be it, more or less. You know, this is going to be the run. And so I sat back, and I think I had like the weekend to myself that week, and I was like, okay, we're going to go ahead and do this. And so I sat back, and I woke up really early. It was like a Saturday morning, and, you know, like I hadn't gotten up on Saturday really early in like a really long time and stuff, you know, since I was like a little kid, you know, going and trying to catch Saturday morning cartoons. So I would go, and I went ahead, got up, I got everything set up, and I had the laptop set up next to the console, I had the card plugged in, all the software was ready to go, I mean, everything was right where it had needed to be. And then I remember sitting down, pressing record, giving it like 30 minutes to actually, or 30 minutes, sorry, 30 seconds to really just kind of give me that that little bit of leeway time, because I like to go and leave a little bit of film on the end of the reel. That way I can trim it as I see fit, instead of just record, start playing, and then go from there. And so I remember just kind of sitting here, and it's kind of weird how games will tie to your memories, I think, sometimes, because I sat down and I was getting ready to play, and this was like a couple of months out, mind you, you know, and I was like, all right, we're going to go ahead and do this. And so I sat down and I said to myself, okay, you know, we are going to film this now. I got to the main menu, and then I just kind of sat there and I stared at it. because even on the main menu, you know, I was just kind of sitting there saying to myself, did I make the right decision? And I do that quite often. Like, if I go and do anything for anybody else, there's always like a fair bit of self-doubt. And so I'm sitting here on the main menu, and it's all I can think about. And it's really just kind of strange because everybody at the time, when everything was going on with the clinic, everybody at the time was like, I would have just roasted everybody and been done with it. You know, Rain, we think you went too far with it. You should have never even investigated. It should have just been something where you were like, hey, I'm just going to investigate this maybe a little bit and then be done with it. Or you should have just signed off on the dotted line and said to hell with it, because these aren't people that you know and they don't really matter. And so what ended up happening was I thought about it. Like, Alan Wake's menu was, strangely enough, kind of therapeutic. And I would just sit there and I would listen to a little song that plays in the background and stuff, and I just sat back and I thought about it. And, you know, I asked the question of, did I do the right thing? Were they worth it? Things like that. Just stereotypical things that you sit down and you think to yourself, more or less. And it was really rough at the time, you know. And if it wasn't for my girlfriend, this would have never happened, because I was kind of going, and while I was sitting back thinking about it, she would come, she would sit on my leg, and she would be like, you know, sweetie, you're thinking about it too hard. And I'd be like, I don't know, hon, do you honestly think I am? And she goes, you are. You've already made the choice. You've already made the decision. You have to go and live with that decision. And that is pretty much as far as it's ever going to go. You know, whatever happens, happens, more or less. And I just kind of sat down, and eventually I came around and I said, you know, you're right. But it was really weird to just go and sit on the main menu for a while and just go and kind of have that thought process, because in many ways, you know, I think that both sides were kind of right in some aspects. On one end, I understand the mentality of, these are people that you don't know, you shouldn't really care about them. You know, they're faces that you're never going to see again, blah, 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 blah. I got that. I do understand that mentality, the whole they're not your friends or family mentality. I get it. But on the other end, I think I've always been a fair bit of a humanist. So I just kind of sit there and say, it doesn't matter, you know, if I know these people or not. These are people that gave me their time, their energy, their effort. They, you know, deserve to have due process, and we deserve to have the truth. And, you know, if they haven't done anything wrong, then they shouldn't be paying for it. It doesn't matter if I, you know them or not. And so that was kind of the chief thought processes I was going and wrestling with. You know, while I would sit here and try to film this game a fair bit, you know, looking back at it now, I think I was actually kind of surprised that it had ever gotten out the door. And so it's strange, because you go and you think about it and you're just kind of like, oh, you know, this is where we're at, this is what we're doing, yada, yada, yada. And you would like to say to yourself, you know, maybe at some point, you know, that the right choice has been made. So my third run was relatively... It was kind of chaotic, kind of not. My third run, I think I had grown enough to try to move past it. And so the week had come around, and I said to myself, you know, we need to do this. And the same old problem had kind of cropped up. I had started playing the game, and since the game is tied to memory now, I'm kind of just sitting there saying to myself, oh god, here we go again, and I was getting kind of frustrated with it. And one of my friends had, well, we're not friends anymore, I'm thinking about it now, but he had popped over, and he's like, you know, you should have just said fuck him. And at that point, I had just completely lost my shit. With me having BPD and stuff, I just kind of sat down and I said, no, man, you know, we can't just sit here and do this shit. And I just sat there and I just verbally unloaded on him, because I got tired of the fuck everybody else mentality. I find it to be very selfish and self-centered, and I don't really care about it too much. Don't care about it, don't care for it. And so I sat there, and for the first time in a long time, like, I had just verbally nailed this man to the ground, and I said, yeah, you know, these people deserve to have, you know, somebody stand up for them, because they're not there, they're not opening their mouths. you know, and it's not right what this company is doing. You know, I'm a patient and had to go through and have treatment more or less, and I'm going to literally go and, you know, I'm going to have the say as to whether or not things are all right. That is my choice that I get to make. And so I explained that to him, and he was actually really pissed off because he was always a little bit of an asshole, like very shallow and stuff, and you know, just not really going and getting it done, more or less. You know, just everything was very surface level, but he would always kind of hang out with me because he would always enjoy our conversations. But I think I had reached a point where I was done with it, so after I had verbally unloaded on him, I actually felt a lot better about it. You know, once I had just kind of stuck my foot down and kept it down, I had just kind of said to myself, you know, this isn't bad. This is all right. You know, I'm happy with the end result, and it had just kind of cleared the doubt a little bit. I had to just be a little bit more assertive with it. So I sat down and I had started the filming process with Alan Wake. It was really kind of weird because some nights I would do 2 segments, other nights I would just do just one. It really depended on how well I was feeling that day, in all honesty. You know, is my speech lined up enough, you know, are my eyes still killing me, are my ears still ringing and stuff because, you know, of inflammatory issues and everything else. And so, if I wasn't really feeling that well, I would just do a single segment, but if I was feeling okay, I would try to do 2. So over the course of the week, I had just kind of banged out the entire game and stuff because it's very lengthy at 8 hours long. It's not something you can just go through and do in an evening. I mean, you could theoretically do it over the course of a day, but with the discrepancies I was experiencing at the time with my hardware as well as being exhausted and everything else, I just kind of sat there and said, oh, okay, we're not really going to be doing this like this. I think, you know, we're going to have to structure it a little bit. So that was pretty much the overall process, and I don't regret it. I mean, thinking back now, would I refilm it if I had to? Yeah, I would do it again. Would I refilm it with all the baggage attached to it? Yeah, probably. You know, like, it was kind of like an interesting, it was an interesting observation, I think, with Alan Wake, how easily memories can attach to the media that you consume, you know. And so thinking back on it and actually looking back on it a fair bit, I kind of look back on it and I say, you know, yeah, this was actually worth it, you know, like with all the baggage and stuff. But I know that there's a lot of people out there that would probably argue with me on that, because during the filming of Alan Wake, I was so fucking miserable that it was unreal. But I would do it again. I would easily do it again. You know, like technical issues, life issues, just pretty much everything. And yeah, I would do it again and again if need be. And I don't think that I would really have any sort of regrets. You know, but yeah, it was definitely great. Overall, I think that the experience, even though it was kind of mired with a bunch of negative ones, I think that I wound up coming out ahead a little bit because I learned a fair bit about myself during the filming process. And I learned a fair bit about hardware as well. I also was able to refine my technique a little bit for cutting, you know, segments that I'd want to cut on. You know, it's like sitting there saying to yourself, okay, this is a good place to stop. Let's go ahead and do that. And so we would go and we would just kind of go and cut it at pre-planned positions. And then I also got better at stitching as well. Like I had become pretty damn good at stitching and clip segment placing with Gungrave Overkill, but I think that it was arguably at my best with Alan Wake, because I was moving with Gungrave. When I went ahead and released it, I was trying to make it more like a movie, so I was like moving some segments around that were in the menu, like the recap section and everything else. But with Alan Wake, I was like, you know, I just kind of want to go and have one consistent piece, more or less, that people can watch and actually think that it was just one solid segment. And so with Alan Wake, I think I had tried to go and do that more and more and more. You know, like I tried to sit down and move towards that more and more and more. I dabbled with it a little bit in Doom 3, but with Alan Wake, I think it was more fully realized. And so it was a clear-cut case of, you know, we're getting better all the time. And I was also playing around a little bit with color saturation as well, because since it's on the Nintendo Switch, they kind of kill the color a little bit to save on the hardware requirement, and I get it and stuff, but I just didn't really like it looking super duper bland. You know, like the original game looked bland too, due to its, well, the Xbox 360's hardware spec as well, but some things actually looked really saturated, like orange and stuff. And so with the PC release that they did, it was looking super saturated and super nice, because obviously PCs at that point have access to all of that additional hardware that's going to be needed. So with the final version of the game, I noticed I was going over the initial recording and stuff, and I said, you know, black is not looking quite inky enough, because I like to kind of have that tone of octopus ink. You know, I really like that, I think, and so I had adjusted that a fair bit, and then with the color, I had tuned it until red was more of a blood red, because I noticed on the 360 version with its original outing and stuff, red still looked blood red, but the rest of it wasn't super saturated and stuff, which made sense. And so I had tried to go for a very similar aesthetic with the remake as well. So it was a lot of tweaking and tuning, and then there was also, when trying to go and do the complete version of it, like all 8 hours, I had noticed very, very quickly that it was having problems rendering, which was kind of weird. Like sometimes, and this is like when I knew that I was going to be moving over to DaVinci Resolve at some point, but with iMovie, it's great for like a free program and stuff, and it's great if you want to learn on, but it does have a ton of issues with it and stuff. So even using the latest version of iMovie, I was kind of just sitting there going, oh god, this is really, really bad. You know, like sometimes it would just sit there and tell me, oh hey, we can't save this, or sometimes it would say, oh yeah, iMovie ran into a limitation. And so finally, when I had decided that I was going to do the complete cut of it, I did all of it in DaVinci Resolve. I was like, I'm just kind of sick and tired of iMovie. We're going to go ahead and move over to DaVinci Resolve. And a lot of people had kind of sat there and they looked at me and they're like, thank fuck you're getting away from iMovie. And it's kind of weird because people talk like a heap of shit about iMovie, but they have no idea how awesome of a gateway program it is. Like, it's really, really good if you want to learn how to do it and figure out if you're comfortable with it and stuff. And then you have heavier programs like DaVinci Resolve that it's like being upgraded from like your basic toolbox that maybe has like a screwdriver, you know, a hammer, some nails, maybe a roll of duct tape, to the holy shit shed package where it has pretty much every tool that you could ever want. You know, it's like going from maybe doing some light handyman work around the house to going and building the house. And so it was actually really, really nice. And I was actually really grateful that DaVinci Resolve is free, believe it or not, because I was like, hey, before I buy this, I would like to try it. Because DaVinci Resolve does have like a paid version with all this extra stuff, which is great. But I remember just kind of sitting down and saying to myself, ooh, here we go, you know, and just really enjoying DaVinci Resolve for what it was. And it allowed me, the Switch port of this game is actually kind of blurry a little bit. Obviously, it's not going to be running at a 4K or anything like that. And so DaVinci Resolve actually did a pretty good job of helping me clean it up and stuff. So, you know, there was like a lot of things that were going on under the hood with Alan Wake and stuff, especially when it came down to rendering it and everything else. There's just a lot of stuff that I had tried to go and clean up a fair bit, and I was really, really kind of satisfied. Well, I wasn't kind of satisfied. I was very much so satisfied with the end result a fair bit. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. The only thing that I couldn't really clean up was that The game itself has occasional frame dips, but with all of the stuff that's going on with the game and how gorgeous it looks and everything else, the the occasional frame dip doesn't really bother me that much. It runs at a stable 30 pretty much all the time, and I can't really complain about that too much. You know, it's always been really, really nice like that. The lighting effects are really nice. It looks way better than the 360 version, but strangely enough, I think I would have settled for the 360 version as well. Like, it's cool that they did this remake and stuff, and the game does look good. I'm not going to say that it doesn't, but I find that the older game has a very, especially for the design of the character, it has a very specific aesthetic. And I felt that once they had started sharpening everything up and like doing a little bit of remodeling of his face, it looked a little bit strange. It's almost like they tried to give him a little bit of a double chin, which is very, very weird to me. But outside of that, the game is really, really gorgeous. I was kind of hoping at one point that they would have gone and released the original game on Switch as well, and I would have loved to see like a reissue of the original, maybe running at like a higher frame rate with better anti-aliasing and stuff on the Xbox One, you know. It's just, it was already a great game. There wasn't really too much that they could have done to make it better, aside from new visuals, you know, and the soundtrack always sounds great as per usual, and so does the ambient sound effects. You know, I've never really had an issue with those, and it's easy to see that quite a few of them are also reused, which is nice, and there's also some that are fresh. So originally when I was going and filming this, I had plans to go and do the DLC. And I didn't really care for the DLC too much. It's really weird because a lot of people are like, oh, the DLC is so good. I felt that it got a little bit too gimmicky past a certain point, and I didn't really like that too much. I remember just kind of like sitting down and saying to myself, yeah, I'll just stick with the base game and stuff. I mean, you know, using your flashlight to go and get supplies and stuff can be nice, but I felt that it was very gimmicky after a while, and it was getting worse when they would just dump tons of enemies, and like it tries really hard to go and sell the whole, you know, panic idea. You know, we're going to cause you to panic a fair bit, and you know, it just felt like it was lazily done, and I wasn't really digging it too much. But you know, aside from that, I at that point had just decided to do the core game. You know, the two DLCs, just I didn't really care for them too much, and so I said, you know what, we've got this giant 8-hour chunk of footage here. You know, we don't really have a need to go and do, you know, all of the DLCs and stuff, and I felt like the DLCs were a little bit cheesy as well. It was the same issue that I ran into with American Nightmare. Like, with American Nightmare, it basically does all the same shit that the DLCs do, but with the DLCs, it's done way worse. With American Nightmare, I was like, oh, okay, well, you know, this is the improved version, which is not as tedious and doesn't suck as bad to go and do. And then American Nightmare also plays around with screwing around with time mechanics as well, which is really, really nice. You know, there's just a lot of good things that it does, but yeah, overall, the entire game was actually a real huge, given all of its issues and stuff. It was a real huge blast to actually go and do, and I'm glad that I had the opportunity to go and do it. I kind of took my time with it and stuff, but it was definitely worth doing. So, this concludes the commentary for Alan Wake. As per usual, thanks for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed your time here. And until next time, be good to yourselves and each other.
Science. It bestows immortality on those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan, princes among men. But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take them...
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reach the lights at the gas station alive. I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice. After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself. The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her. I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen, I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just to sprinkle stardust and to whisper, go to sleep, everything is all right. I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer, like dreamers do. Then
Previously on Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice!
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at. But the cabin had disappeared.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up. Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on. Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow. Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan? Alan, please check the fuse box.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Hi. Okay.
You okay?
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine. I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Brent. Girls will need...
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood
Mr.
National
Wake,
Park.
can I help you
There's
with
a spot called
anything?
Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the light?
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left. The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car. Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
Barry?
Ow! Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers.
A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness, the way a sculptor carved.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh!
Hey!
Oh, my!
Take it easy.
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
What an airhead.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you. And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car, just listen to yourself.
Wait here.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Hey, Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap.
You shot a guy, and his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? Are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week, and someone's got Alice.
Do you
and everything's
understand what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller.
Wait here. I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cop. That's just crazy talk, Al. Al! Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her! This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. But you're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Achoo! Achoo! Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again. Achoo! I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seen it, man.
vision left me weak. This was no head injury. Damn.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming!
Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help! Help me! Can you hear me? Anyone! Please,
Hello?
help! Back here. I'm back here. Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that page. I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened. The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on. I was too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on. Rusty! Rusty! The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Just need hunting licenses.
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Obey!
The park ranger's instructions.
At all times. Fishing!
Rusty, no!
Search yourself, Mark.
Fishing.
License! Never.
Approach closer than 100 yards.
Two bears and wolves. Never approach any other
Wildlife
closer than
25 yards.
That's my leash. Never leave your
And unattended.
What the hell was that? I saw it from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it. Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
We gotta get moving. More of them coming. That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. You set him up, and I'll knock him down, Wake. Peak. Right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Hold them off, damn it! Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it. Better get ready. They'll be on us soon. This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Get with the program, Wake. take, Wake?
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her up.
You're gonna give me the manuscript or you'll be sorry.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice! Do you hear me? Come back here!
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move. Rusty had warned me about these traps. It hurt like hell. I was stuck.
aware of Widowmakers. Hazardous occupation.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What am I, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on. I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods. have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
You can learn about nature and yourself.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you must be. But why? Who was that guy? It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you. Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
So glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
You're gone!
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I know.
See you soon.
Have a great day. Hope you come back soon. Welcome to the
Oh Dear Diner.
Good girl.
Come here. Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You want to say something? I need to get my bearings. I'm lost, and the shadows keep on changing. And I'm haunted by the lives that I've loved and actions I have hated. I'm haunted by the lies that wove the web inside my haunted head. Don't cry. There's always a way. Here in November, in this house of leaves, we'll pray. Please. I know it's hard to believe. See a perfect forest through so many splintered trees.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her!
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff. Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and, get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now, some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island. It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Well, mister, this here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Rose, you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh, yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry? She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do, about the complex incantation.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark. My gun and flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
I just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Slane! What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
I hated to leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Give it up, Mr. Wake! Come on! Take it easy!
Get after him! Don't let him get away! Move it! Move it! Move it! I'll have you shot if you let him get away! There he is! Free! Okay, men. Keep your eyes peeled. He's gonna try to make it through here.
Damn.
Where did he go? He's gone! Come on, guys! We need to head him off! Search the area! Stay sharp! This way! Over here!
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Thornton, come in. Over. Thornton here. Jake, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you... Come on. Sit down and give me that. Jane, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here.
I could see the lights of the radio station in the distance.
Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of load of scotch about him, you know what I mean? Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over.
Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without a light. There was no power to the searchlight. The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again. It took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Team 1, come in. Over. Team 1, this is Sheriff Breaker. Report. Over.
Silent.
Call. You're on KBF-FM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, Milt?
on the air.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Hello, Lorna. What do you have for us?
Well, I just don't see why the cops bother with the trailer park.
What do you mean?
It's a trailer park. Of course you're going to have trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people.
Well,
Let the trash sort themselves out. I'm sorry, but my granddaddy settled in Bright Falls in 1911.
well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in. Folks, I'm going to see if I can talk him into an interview.
Come on in, Mr. Wake. It looks like Mr. Wake is going to need a moment before we can talk, so let me give you a little background while he prepares himself. You've all heard the name, of course. Alan Wake is the author of a very successful series of Alex Casey crime novels. He's changed gears, though. He's now working on a horror story. Now, you probably know that Mr. Wake is a somewhat... I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake. Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown! You back away from me! Don't hurt it! Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me, you hear me? You hear me, H.P. Lovecraft?
I had fallen off so many cliffs it was ridiculous. That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me. I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there. darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path. As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Did you call 911?
Take the facts of our existence for granted, unaware that they are merely a thin veneer of desperate self-delusion, covering a vast cosmos of madness and horror. All too often, the stars are right. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, A Family Occasion. Journalist Alvin Derleth's trip to study the local customs of an insular community in Night Springs has been less than successful. Until tonight.
Well, I'm glad you changed your minds about this. Ancient customs, local mythology. My editor loves this kind of stuff.
Well, Mr. Derleth, I didn't want an explanation, but you have demonstrated this.
「 ... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」 ... 「... 」
never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now. Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw. Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF-FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot camp.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now. I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Wake,
Where the hell are you?
change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by
want
you.
to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
I had to get to Mirror Peak. It was close. Maybe closer than ever before. The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution. There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment. I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk. I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk. The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
outside of writing is a struggle. I feel ill. I managed to make my way downstairs. There's a shoebox filled with books and papers by Thomas Zane. It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read some of it. He's a poet, and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic lake, using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and dreams and demons, dark things that wait for a chance to slip through, wearing the flesh of men as disguise. Zane writes about himself, his girlfriend being taken over by a dark presence, about growing scared of the lake. Zane believes it's a mirror to the gaping void of darkness above. The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that. I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find.
Wait! Are you? Wait!
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
No! Get away! Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know. We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make a play ball. You see? To get him right.
Previously on Alan Wake, I'm hunted by the law.
Sheriff, Wake's running. I'm giving chase.
Are you seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I was told that Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just a nightmare.
Alice.
There you go, Alan.
Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
No, you lie.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
Bastard.
It's okay, Alan. Just let go.
I felt groggy. Whatever Hartman had bumped in me was making me numb. I felt like this was happening to someone else. Someone I was watching on television. I couldn't think. Couldn't focus. The door was locked. I was a prisoner here. There were only empty sheets of paper here. No manuscript pages.
Good evening, Alan. Are we feeling better now? Feeling calm?
Yeah, I see you brought your pet gorilla with you. So sure, I'm calm. I get the message, loud and clear.
Quite right. That's the spirit. You're being very brave, Alan. I understand you're confused. I would be more concerned if you weren't suspicious of me. I don't blame you for it.
Big of you.
Now, why don't you come with me? We'll reacquaint you with my clinic and go over everything you might have forgotten. Little walk and some fresh air? Yes, it will do you good. This corridor is for patients. Most of them aren't here right now. Jack took them out for a fishing trip, except for the ones who are particularly vulnerable, of course. I encourage creativity as a part of the recovery process here at Cauldron Lake Lodge. I specialize in treating artists.
I bet you do.
Splendid, Alan. I honestly believe we can get this thing under control if we work together. This way, Alan. Now, Alan, from past experience with you, I know I need to get right into the heart of the matter as quickly as I can after an episode. So I'm just going to say this. Alice is dead.
No.
You're in a very vulnerable state until you understand and accept this. Alice drowned, and you couldn't face that. You're suffering from hallucinations, paranoid delusions, unusual thinking, an obsession about light and darkness, a feeling that everything revolves around you, your thoughts and dreams. Your mind has constructed an elaborate fantasy scenario in which your writings are affecting reality. She has been kidnapped, and supernatural forces of darkness are trying to stop you. We go this way, Alan.
I wasn't ready for another shot, so I went along with it. He had to be lying. But under the influence of the drug he had given me, I had to fight not to believe his words.
It's all in your head. You've been making it up. Apart from the tragic accident with your wife, no one has been killed. Your delusions are just a manifestation of your subconscious mind trying to protect you from the too painful truth. Unless we fight the fantasy, it will return. I know the instinct is to resist me, but think about it. Doesn't this make far more sense than the insane supernatural conspiracy you have concocted in your mind? You're a skeptic by nature, Alan. We both know this. Everything can be explained logically. I never get tired of this view. Very inspiring, isn't it?
Cauldron Lake spread below us. I could see Mirror Peak on the other side of the lake. I thought I could make out the spot where Diver's Isle had been when I arrived with Alice. Now there was nothing but waves.
It seems there's a storm coming. Funny, I don't recall there being a mention of that in the weather forecast. Well, no matter. This way. Follow me. Alan, what I'm telling you is good news. Right now we're in control. Every time you have a relapse, it gets more and more difficult to resurface from the dark depths of your imagination. Not surprising, considering your profession. Imagination is what you work with. After all your nightmares, this should come as an immense relief to you. If it doesn't, why is that? Because I'm lying? Or because you don't want to admit that you're not well? It's very natural for you to think of me as your enemy. It's part of the illness.
I let him talk.
After all,
Hartman
I'm the
obviously
one
loved
trying
his
to
own
bring you
voice.
out of the
His
world
words
you've
echoed
constructed
madly
for
inside
yourself.
my head.
But
I
can't
dug my
do
nails
it
into
by
the palms of my
myself.
hands to stay
You need
focused.
to work with me. Once you accept that, we can begin the journey towards your recovery. Come along. Let's go inside. Now, here's the entrance to the office wing. That's for staff only. You were impressed by my trophies when you first arrived here. I do love to hunt. The great outdoors, man versus nature. It's wonderful stuff.
Pretty damn wonderful, yeah.
Scary, scary, scary.
Emerson.
I'm a real bad dream, mister. You should be afraid of me. Don't want to run into me in the night, that's for sure.
Please, Emerson. Mr. Wake is confused enough as it is.
Yeah, you'd like me to go away so you won't be scared. But you can't just decide what kind of dream you have or when you have it.
Emerson.
Okay, sorry. Boo.
That's Emerson. We're actually making some progress with him, I'm happy to say. He works on video games.
Ooh, yeah.
It's trash, of course, but it does involve some small creative effort, which makes him receptive to my therapeutic methods.
No kidding.
Now, you might have noticed the typewriter in your room. You've been writing as a part of the therapy. As soon as you feel up to it, you should continue.
My rheumatism's killing me. There's a storm coming. Oh, what a storm.
I hope it wipes this place off the face of the earth.
And these two are the Anderson brothers, Odin and Tor. They had how should I put this? A heavy metal band in the 70s and 80s called Old Gods of Asgard. They even adopted new first names to complete the image of Viking gods. After the band broke up, they lived on a farm nearby. They are, well, in advanced stages of dementia. They're well cared for, TLC and all that. There's nothing more that can be done. I'm afraid that the rock and roll lifestyle has left its mark. Oh, that won't do. I'm so sorry to cut this short for now, Alan. The power has been acting up. I'd better go check on it. We'll continue this soon. Meanwhile, when you feel up to it, return to your room and try to write. It really is for the best. Don't you think?
I'd like to bash his head in with a hammer.
Oh, he'd love to fish out our secrets, but he has no clue. He's not crazy enough. Not crazy like us, Sonny.
Yeah!
Being crazy's a requirement, Sonny. Who else could understand the world when it's like this? It takes crazy to know crazy.
That's the sanest thing I've heard in a while.
Zane! You're all right, Tom. Hey, we like him, don't we, bro? He's got to go to the farm.
The Anderson Farm. Valhalla!
We wrote it all down, lest we'd forget. A crash course. All you need to know to get your head right. You need to find the message.
Here, Sonny, here's something for you. Gave me a rash, but I kept it safe from these bastards.
My head was clearing up, or according to Hartman, I was sinking back into the fantasy. I was convinced he was lying to me about everything. Crazy or not, the Andersons made more sense.
Well, he's the boss.
I may need a hand here later on, Burge. The
storm's bound to make you-know-who jumpy. You know how they get.
Gotcha. The doc's got me looking after Wake here, but holler if they get too rowdy.
I'll do that, Birch.
Something's wrong. I'm not myself. It's hard to think.
Hey, Wake,
There's a shadow
why don't
inside
you
my
humor
head.
Dr. Hartman and give the writing a shot, huh? Typewriter's in your room.
I'm trapped in this cabin.
The white glare of the blank page in front of me hurt my eyes. My hands began to shake uncontrollably.
Everybody, calm down. Put that down. Birch, I need help.
Hey, Wake, you stay here. I'm gonna go see what's up. You just keep doing what you're doing. Be cool, okay?
I didn't know what the chaos was all about, but it could be my only chance of getting out of here.
Where the hell did he get a damn hammer?
I don't know.
Here's a French poke from Mjolnir, wench. Oh, afraid
Hartman had mentioned that the power had been acting up. Maybe that was the reason for the generator and the work light on the balcony. The generator hadn't been activated, and there was no key.
Traveling fast, aren't they?
It's my store. I'm taking it.
Sinclair looked bad. That wasn't a love tap. The crazy old fart hit her hard. If she was one of Hartman's goons, she had it coming. I had to get to Hartman's office. He had taken all my manuscript pages. That's where he'd been keeping them.
Come out and face the music, Birch. It's time to pay the piper.
Maybe you could come out and beat our wrinkled, adult, diapered asses once, since you're so tough, Bert.
Let me out of here! Hartman, do you hear me? I'm gonna sue your crazy quack ass to shreds! Seriously! Do you have any
Barry?
idea?
Ow! About time!
Barry, man, am I glad to see you.
We need to get to Hartman's office.
It's right next door.
You okay?
Yeah. I mean, no! The cops found me at Rose's trailer, but they didn't hassle me too much. I'm obviously a victim in this, and I demanded to be treated as such.
These were all the pages I had on me. And more.
Alan, please. You're sliding back into the...
Tell me one more lie and I'll shoot you in the face.
Ah, well, it was worth a shot. Really, Wake, come on. Let's work together on this. You have no idea...
Hartman, shut up! Barry, get out of here. I'll catch up with you. Get a car.
Oh, Al, let's just...
Go!
Wake, listen to me. This is a mistake. Don't you see? Together we can create something absolutely wonderful. With your ability and mine.
The dark presence would be on me in a moment. I had to find a way out.
Ah!
I needed light to get the possessed bookshelves out of my way.
found the car, but the gate's locked. You're gonna have to go through the hedge maze over there.
Barry, I don't have a light.
Take this, Al. Oh, God! Look at the house, Al!
Let's get out of here. Can you open this gate?
Maybe.
Barry.
Well, I slammed it shut when the nasty showed up, and the key fits kind of loose in the lock, so, Barry! I'll find it! Don't worry about it!
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! I'm on it!
Hurry up, Barry!
I'm on it! It's gotta be here! Just hang on, Al! Please tell me we're headed for the nearest "You're now leaving Bright Falls. Come back soon" sign.
We're going to the Anderson farm.
I knew you were gonna say something like that. You know what? You owe me big time for this. When this is through, if we make it, I don't care what anybody says, I'm done with darkness. You're gonna buy me a tanning bed as a gift, and I'm gonna live in it.
I'm crazy, but that's fine, Barry.
Oh, you got that right, Al. You're barking mad. You are by far the craziest...
But maybe that's inevitable when you deal with crazy stuff like this. It helps. This is happening, Barry. Alice, they never had Alice. She's trapped in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, but she's not dead.
Al, how can you know that?
I know, Barry. I can...
Al,
No, listen. I can bring her back. I can find her. There's something special about this place. The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. But there's a catch. The dark presence, whatever that thing is, twists it to its own ends. That's why all of this is happening. It's using my manuscript to take over everything.
Al, I believe you.
It happened to Thomas Zane before, it happened to the Andersons.
I believe you. Crazy or not, you're not delusional. Weird shit's going down. That's a fact. I'm on board, man. I'm with you.
The Andersons knew about it, but they were too far gone to tell me with all the drugs they were on. But they wrote it down. There's a message somewhere at their farm, Barry. We just need to find it. Look out!
God damn it, Al, talk to me!
I had lost my gun in the crash. Barry was nowhere to be seen.
Barry! Barry!
Oh, man, you're okay! Jeez, it's good to hear your voice! I was trying to get out of the car, but the ground gave way. Man, what a drop! Don't worry, your cutout is fine.
Forget that! Are you okay?
I hit some bushes, didn't get a scratch. There's no way you can climb down, though. It's like a sheer wall. Al! There's something moving down here!
Barry, it's a taken! Use a flare, Barry!
Yeah!
Barry, are you alright?
I'm good, Al! I'm great! Guess you never mess with anyone from New York City. Around to the farm, Al! I'll be waiting!
Barry, just wait for me, okay?
Al! I'm not staying here! It's suicide! I'm going to the farm! I'm gonna go ahead and secure the area. You can catch up. Don't worry about it. I'm on the case.
Now he's Rambo. This would turn into a disaster if I didn't catch up with Barry. Shadows crawled over the gate. I needed a light to destroy them to get through. I could sense the movement in the woods ahead. Facing the enemy without a weapon was dangerous, but I had no choice.
Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
A car was driving away from the farm, headed in the same general direction as I was. For all I knew, it was Barry, caught in the consequences of leaping before looking. The car was heading for the cabin up ahead. It wasn't far. If it was Barry, I would see the damage soon.
I'm trying to deliver each page to the right time and place. I'm trying to show you how the story goes.
I had seen glimpses of the light before. I had seen it in my dream. It was a strange spaceman or a diver in a bulky suit. He was the one who'd been placing the pages on my path. Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm. Someone had left a gun behind. Now I had a fighting chance of reaching the farm. I could see the car, but there was no sight of the driver.
Hello? Anybody here? Barry!
No! Danny, you're not! Please! What are you? No! Don't! I'm sorry!
I know you. You were in jail the other day.
I went to the farm again for the moonshine, you know? It makes you see. They're not gonna miss it. They're in the loony bin. But my buddy, Danny, I lost him. Something's gone wrong with him. It's not him. Like a real bad follow-up to a real good movie. The best friend's suddenly the bad guy. Who wrote this crap anyway?
I've run through every possible course in my head. If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story, and it's going to kill her, and me, and everybody in this town. No one will survive. Darkness will consume everything. This is what it's wanted all along. It will be free, unstoppable. It used Alice to get to me, dangled her in front of me to keep me going. It was never going to release her. I'm going to change this. I'll escape. I've written myself into the story. I'm now the protagonist. This feels like a terrible risk, but it's the only way to save Alice. I'll be bound by the events of the story just as much as anyone else who's been woven into it. The story must stay true for this to work. There have to be victims along the way. Near escapes. Cliffhangers. In a horror story, it can't be certain that the hero will succeed or even survive. He almost has to die. I'll write my own escape into the story next. I need help. Zane's going to be the one who will help me. I'll make it.
farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast. Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting it. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry. The farm was still a good distance away. I'd need a car to get there fast. If Barry wasn't up here, he was probably in trouble down at the farm. For a moment, I felt bad for doubting it. After all, I'd made it this far myself. But Barry was Barry. I'd known the brothers used to be some kind of rock stars, but it hadn't really sunk in until I saw the stage.
Al! Run! Incoming! There's too many of them!
God damn!
So glad you decided to go it alone, Mr. Johnson.
Shut up and shoot! Ow! We have to fight them off! I can set off more of the fireworks from here and help you out! Hey, Al! Did you notice there's a lot of ammo and stuff around? The place is stocked! Al, hold on! I'll try to get the stage lights on! Keep doing this to me! Do it for Barry, please, please, please! Al, please don't let me die! Oh, with my diet, this is pretty much how I always wanted to go out. This may be the most awesome moment of our That was awesome!
Bright Falls, rock and roll capital of America.
Hey, Al! This way to the farm! see, bestseller. No reason to worry. Your cutout's good as new, right where I left it. I'll come back for it once we have the place secured.
Yeah, that's been my biggest worry all this time.
Hey, I think Alan Wake here has something to say. What's that, Al?
Ooh, I'm Alan Wake. I'm always right about everything. And if I don't get my way, I'll sulk all day long. I'm always intense and moody. It makes me very attractive and mysterious. Right now, I'm just standing here because I...
Wow! You look at that thing, Al? They really went all out with this Viking crap, didn't they? Look at all this stuff. They must have done okay for themselves.
Sleep. We all spend a third of our
Night
dreams
Spring.
in soft
Man,
embrace,
brings
somewhere
back
between
memories.
fantasy
Hey, remember when I got you that gig? Your first real writing job. What got you started? Was this one of your episodes?
vice versa. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Dream of Dreams.
That's by someone else.
We join Mr. Jones as he explores the endless dreamscape, only to be brought to a sudden stop by a decidedly mundane situation. A long line of people.
Hey, Jones, right? Listen, we're gonna have to wait until His Highness over there is gotten ready. Oh, wow. Who's that? You don't know him? What are you, new? He's the guy dreaming us. Well, not just us. He dreams everything. Wait, no. I'm the one who's dreaming. I'm asleep. Isn't this my dream? Oh, yeah.
The Viking boat looked imposing, almost like a battering ram.
Whoa! Good going, Al!
I'm going with the smart guys. And they say that's the guy who dream.
Those geezers had quite a production going on. Ooh, you know what, Al? If we make it through this alive, I'm gonna start representing them. Yep, sell this stuff online, maybe get a reality show going, release a new single.
Good luck with that, pal.
Hey, you find us a way out of here, okay? I'm gonna take a closer look at this stuff. Be careful, Al!
I'm good. Keep your eyes open, okay?
As you regular listeners know, I tend to work through the night, but I'm not the only one. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton are taking a couple of moments off their busy schedule to join me here in the studio. Boys, how busy are you now? Deerfest is almost here, isn't it? I bet that keeps you in business.
Pretty busy, yeah. Actually, Pat, we've been real busy with other stuff, which concerns an ongoing investigation. Can't talk about that. I wasn't gonna say anything. Just saying we got, other irons to fry.
And how would you compare your workload to last? Things have seemed...
I could see the building that had to be the Andersons' home on the other side of the field. It wasn't far now. I wasn't worried about trusting the ramblings of two burned-out geriatric wrecks. They had the goods.
you out there, buddy?
Yeah, it's me. Hang on.
Hey, let's go, man. I think we're gonna have to work together to open this gate, Al. Looks pretty heavy. Ah! Hey, I think that's the farm on the other side of the field. We're almost there. This farm is a crazy place for crazy people.
We should feel right at home then.
Come on, one more gate. Let's do this thing. The lights are out. I guess we better check the fuse box. You know, this place looks kind of lived in. I thought the Andersons were in the booby hatch. Can you hear that, Al? Music?
Of course. We need to find where it's coming from. That's the message the Andersons talked about. That's the whole reason we're here.
Lady of the Light? Oh, that's gotta be what's-her-face, the crazy lamp lady from the town.
Cynthia Weaver.
Right! Must be! Okay.
We need to find Cynthia Weaver. We'll stay here for the night and head back to town as soon as it gets light.
Hey, Al. Lots of hours before dawn. Might as well get some rest. And by rest, I mean drunk.
Come on, Barry, this is... Yeah, what the hell?
I'm sorry about this. No, seriously, because I know we don't get along, but we're gonna find her, right? And even though you're a crazy bastard, I'm gonna stick by you, no matter what, ever, Al. Sure, like a brother.
I'm a writer, goddammit.
Correct.
If I just wanted to, I could write 10 books a year. And they'd be the best books that year.
No, you couldn't.
That's right, I couldn't. But I could, because I'm a writer.
What? What do they put in this stuff? I feel like my brain is coming out of my nose. I'm gonna get the recipe off those coots and be a booze millionaire.
I just miss her, Barry. I just want her here with me.
I know, Al. I know. It's gonna be okay. We're gonna make it okay.
It's all right. I'm coming.
It was a crazy drunken dream, and yet it was more than that. It was the truth, a suppressed memory unearthed by the Andersons' moonshine. I was there, an out-of-body observer. This was the night Alice and I had arrived at Bright Falls, the night Alice had disappeared. I had a chance to find out what had happened.
Alice!
I remembered being surprised to see the cabin dark. Alice would have never turned the lights off. I remembered thinking I caught a glimpse of her form underwater, sinking into the darkness. Diving after her was the last vague memory I had of that night. After that, the next thing I could remember was waking up behind the wheel of the crashed car and finding the first pages of the manuscript. Beyond this lost memory, there was nothing. I had to follow the footsteps of my past self to find out what had happened that night. I couldn't find her in all that blackness. I must have thought she drowned.
Alice!
Jagger had Alice, and so she had me.
Alice!
I'd been easy prey.
Look at the cabin. Is there someone in the window?
Alice?
Maybe she didn't drown after all. Maybe she's inside.
Alice!
Yes.
The dark presence had touched me. She had dug her nails into my brain and used me, made me her puppet.
She must be here somewhere. Maybe upstairs in the study.
Alice!
Yes, that's where she is. You can apologize.
Alice!
You'll laugh at the whole thing together and put it
Alice?
behind you. She's not here. You were foolish to think so. No, she's dead. She drowned.
No, no, no!
It's your fault your wife is dead. You are guilty. All she wanted was to help you right. You killed her. Oh, hush. There's still hope. Cauldron Lake is a special place. Here, you have the power to change things. She wanted you to write. I will tell you what to do. You can write her back. The story will come true, and all will be well again.
She had Alice, and the manuscript was the ransom for her. Yes. All right. I'll fix it. I'll bring her back. No. I wrote it. I remembered it all now. In the dark, I'd written for days, a week, almost a complete manuscript of a novel entitled Departure. Jagger had been my editor, whispering in my ear, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. I thought I was saving Alice. Even with the cobwebs she put in my head, some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story, to bring a light into the cabin to release me before I could finish, to interrupt the horror story before the ending, where darkness consumed everything and everyone. Zane was weak and far away, but I had written him into the story, and his light had been enough to set me free.
It isn't here now. I'm here because it was written. I brought the light to set you free. You must hurry. It will know I'm here. It will be back soon. It stole the skin of my Barbara a long time ago. She looks so old.
I had woken up, confused and groggy, my mind consumed by darkness and fear. All I could do was to escape. The week spent in the cabin had taken its toll. I was barely conscious, and fading fast. It had to have cost Zane terribly, thrown him even deeper into whatever dark place he now haunted. But he had managed to weaken the dark presence, kept me safe that night. I wrote it. It's my fault.
That's right, James Joyce. It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
There's an old town road with mystery of Tom the poet and his muse, and a magic lake which gave a light to the words the poet used. Now the muse she was his happiness, and he rhymed about her grace, and told the stories of treasures deep beneath the blackened waves. Till in the stillness of wonder, still in its misty crown, the muse she went down to the lake, and in the waves she drowned. And now to see your love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, gone mad with the night. That's how you reshape destiny.
Previously on Alan Wake. Under the influence of the dark presence, I wrote a horror story that is coming true. Jagger had been my editor, making sure that the unfolding story would make her more and more powerful. Some part of me had been aware enough to write my escape into the story.
Together we can create something absolutely wonderful.
The lake, it does something to the works of art created here. It makes them come true. My mom gave me this old light switch.
The clicker.
Alice is being kept in a dark prison. I need to find Cynthia Weaver to fix this.
It's your fault, and you're gonna pay for it.
Well, we're expecting a record crowd from the neighboring counties. Naturally, we hope to break the record set by last year's Moose Fest in our neighboring town, Watery. Ladies and gentlemen, some people have asked me, what's the big deal about Deer Fest? And I think that this sums it up. It's about friendship and community. We've got a great party coming up, but let's try to hold it in until tomorrow and get through the night in one piece, all right?
I have it. Someone will come for it when the time is right. Thomas said so. He wrote it. The key is insurance. It's my job to keep it safe. Safe in the light. Always in the light.
All the manuscript pages were gone. The FBI agent had taken them.
I think my tongue just took a crap in my mouth. Ugh. Oh, wait, we're in jail now? Al, this is not good.
That about sums it up.
Oh, I am never drinking again.
I need to talk to Weaver. She's the one in the song. The Lady of the Light.
What, the crazy lady? Ugh, whatever you say, Al, but we're stuck here. They're not gonna...
even interviewed Wake.
I had some reading to do first, Sheriff, and let me tell you, it was an interesting read. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent. There's no way you're walking out of here. You hear me in there, Bret Easton Ellis? Huh?
Agent Nightingale, I want to talk to your superior.
Well, we all want things, Sheriff. I wanted my... Look, that's not possible right now.
Agent Nightingale, I insist. Wake, what's wrong?
Lady, are you stupid? It's a trick. It's an obvious trick.
Okay, I've had enough of this crap. Wake, I'm gonna trust you with this.
You're joking.
Agent Nightingale, your opinion would matter more if you were sober and if I actually believed you were here on official business.
Whoa! Get back in the cell, Stephen King. The only way you're leaving this place is over my dead...
Wait a minute. I know this.
Oh my god!
Light. We need light. It's the only way to fight this thing.
In my office. I've got your things there. Follow me.
Oh man, we're sitting ducks with the lights out.
Stay cool. I can get the emergency power on. Here are your things. Wake, what do I need to know? What do you need from me?
They can be hurt in the light, only in the light. And I need to find Cynthia Weaver. She can help me stop this.
Light. Check. Cynthia. She lives in the old decommissioned power plant. I can get you there pretty quickly in the rescue chopper. Come on, let's get back to your friend. Wheeler, I need you to stay here.
What? No.
We're going to fetch our ride, but I have friends who need to be warned about this, and I can't be in two places at once. I need your help.
Well, okay.
Here's a list of people and phone numbers. I need you to call them and tell them you have a message from me. Night Springs, okay? They'll know what to do.
Night Springs? Like the TV show? Gotcha. Oh, hey, that radio guy is on the list. Maine. Who's Frank Breaker? He related to you?
My dad.
Hey, is this like a secret society?
Can you do this? You'll be safe here. The backup power's on. These guys need to be alerted, just in case we don't come back.
You'll come back for me though, right?
As soon as we get the chopper ready. Thanks, Wheeler. I owe you one. Okay, let's go, Wake. Through the back.
Hello, Mr. Breaker. This is Barry Wheeler. Yeah, I know it's late, but listen, the sheriff, Sarah, asked me to tell you something. She says,
Oh, hell. Whatever took Nightingale must have broken the gate controls. We can't reach the gate's control box from here. We need to get to the other side over the rooftop.
I'll go. I'll open the gate for you once I'm across. You stay here in the light and cover me, Sheriff, okay? I needed to reach the rooftop to get to the other side of the broken gate.
Hey, Sheriff! Your password. Night Springs? What's that all about?
It's a stupid joke we have. That Bright Falls is the original inspiration for the TV show. This town can get weird at times. Never this weird, though. You need to bypass the damaged control box.
What am I, an electrician? Hold on!
Oh, damn. That's smart.
Good job, Wade. Okay, stick close. Our first stop is the town hall. The keys to the chopper are there. Wake, over here! There's light! I have a key. Watch my back, Wake.
It's an ambush.
Let's go, Wake. Okay, someone's messed with the fuse box here, but you should be able to jury-rig it while I find the keys.
I already got electrocuted once today. How about I look for the keys and you get burned for a change?
The message was from Barry. He was getting worried at the station. He wanted us to hurry.
The keys aren't upstairs, Wake.
I'm just gonna take a quick look. Okay, Sheriff. I got the keys.
Barry?
Why isn't he inside?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Barry! Look out! Barry, move! Barry!
He made it inside, Wake. He's okay. The storefront's blocked. Come on, Wake. Let's go around. We can meet him in the back. We can make it through the bookstore.
Hey,
Wheeler should be waiting for us in the backyard.
Keep it the hell down or I'll call the sheriff.
Oh, hi, Doc. I've got it. Don't worry about it.
Sarah, about time somebody showed up. All the shooting in the air is idiotic. One of these days they'll kill somebody. And over Deerfest.
I know. Go back to bed. He's got a point, Wake. Look, this town can't take this.
It's me they want. The sooner I get out of here, the sooner you can all get back to life as usual.
I hope you're right. Come on, let me get this door open.
Wait, you got the keys to the bookstore?
Perks of being the sheriff. A girl needs to get around. They're really taking advantage of your presence here, Wake. I heard they're selling a lot of your Alex Casey books.
Right now, I'm not a big fan of my own writing. I don't see Barry.
Look! Wake! Maybe that's him. That's the way to the chopper. I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. Ugh! I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Let's take a break!
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Let's take a flank! Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
I'm gonna give Pastor Howard a piece of my mind about this lock. I told him to get it fixed.
Here they come!
Let's take a flank! Omega-3 fatty acids are good for your heart.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Okay, it's open. Let's go, Wake.
Wow.
We keep them lit all night long on the night before Deerfest.
Why?
Well, it's tradition. We're almost there. We'll have to go through the basement to get to the parking lot.
Yeah, there's no way going through the crypt will turn out to be a bad idea.
Guess that one saw the light, huh? You didn't like that one? A tough audience. Well, I got plenty more.
What are the Christmas lights for?
Protection, man! Like garlic against vampires?
Vampires.
The helicopter's just across the parking lot and up the hill. Come on!
The Bright Falls General Store is now my favorite place in the entire world. See this headlamp? It's like a superpower. I can just look at one of those things and they die. It's my flaming eye of Mordor. I wish I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a headlamp.
Last one.
Bastard.
When someone throws a damn school bus at your head and you're about to take a helicopter ride with someone who may or may not have a pilot's license, or cleared for departure to Night Springs. No offense, Sheriff.
The helicopter's just up ahead. I'll need a while to prep for takeoff.
Don't take too long. I want to get out of here.
into this.
Just get me to Weaver, Sheriff.
You're taking a big chance on a local crazy lady, Al. I hope you're right about her, or we can kiss this town goodbye.
I hope you know how to deal with this, Wake. I guess you New Yorkers are used to rough situations like this.
Right. The city's a war zone. King Kong, mutant alligators, and Alex Casey shoots the place up every weekend. Look, I never even carried a gun until a couple of days ago.
Well, my dad used to be a cop there. Tells some pretty wild stories.
Stuff like this?
No, just normal bad stuff. Kinda like your books, Wake. I used to tease Dad that he was just like Alex Casey.
You've read me.
Oh, sure. You're a pretty good writer. A little heavy on the metaphors, maybe.
Nobody's ever said that before.
We're coming up on the power plant. See the lit building over there? And that's the dam further up the river. I can't land here. I'll take her down the road across the river.
Just get me there, Sheriff.
Hold on! Ow!
Son of a bitch!
Wait, we're gonna have to shake these things. We'll meet up at the plant.
I had to do something about the chain for the door to open.
and here's a new song from a band that's in a
The power plant glowed in the night. It was close, but I had to find a way across.
butterflies or butterflies that dream of being men. Such philosophical concerns are by necessity abstract. And yet, some of us can find concrete proof of the nature of our existence in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, an absence of creativity.
Hello, Martha. What did you want to show me? Oh, Lydia, thank God you're here. Please, it's in the basement.
I recognized the logo on the power plant sign. I'd seen a version of it painted all over the area, signifying hidden caches of supplies.
Hold it right there! Miss Weaver! Cynthia! I'm a friend!
Prove it!
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song! You can help me!
About time! Young man, I've been waiting a very long time for you. It's in the well-lit room.
Excuse me?
What you need to drive the darkness back. The well-lit room is at the dam. I built the room to keep it safe.
Will it help me find Alice? Will it get me back to the cabin? Fine, let's go. I can get my friends to come back with the helicopter.
Oh, we won't go outside. Never at night. That's rule number 1. You've been breaking the rules, young man, and where has that gotten us, No, I have a secret route, a lit route, an old water pipe. Something was damaged at the transformer yard. It's draining all the reserve power. Without it, the pipe will go dark. The power to the yard must be cut.
Let me guess. You want me to do it?
Young man, you're the one who likes to break the rules. I can't be outside in the dark. The kill switch is outside. I have been preparing for these times, dark tides. You have found my caches, haven't you? You can see the signs. Very few people can. Yes, please. Take what you need. This is all for you, for the likes of us. We do Tom's work, don't we? Hurry! The switch is on the wall facing the shore.
Weaver had sent me to cut the power to the transformer yard. I was willing to do grunt work for her to get her to help me. I hoped Weaver was dependable. I'd stumbled into this crazy world a little over a week ago. She had been living this insanity for decades. I could see the kill switch that would cut the power to the transformer yard. Now I had to find a way to reach it. If I could figure out the gates, I could use them to get to the kill switch. designs these things? Who designs these things? The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water... Who designs these things? The transformer yard went dark and dead. Weaver's water pipe passage should now be good to go.
This way, young man. Follow me. Come, come. The pipe's empty now. We're ready to go. This way. We need to go. I knew them both, Tom and Barbara. I had such a crush on him. Such a beautiful man. I was jealous. There was a part of me that was maybe a little glad when she had the accident. And then Tom started writing and woke the darkness up. He tried to bring her back, but you can't do that. There are no free rides like that.
I'm starting to realize that.
In that case, young man, perhaps you're a smarter man than Tom was. The witch looked like her, but it wasn't. Barbara was sweet. He didn't understand until it was too late. He tried to undo it, wrote himself, her, everything he'd ever written out of the world. Oh, he was so famous. And afterward, no one knew. Oh, Tom. He left only one thing behind in my care, in case it happened again. Insurance. He trusted me, or perhaps used me a little. Tom knew how I felt, knew I wouldn't refuse him. I built the well-lit room and put it there. It's been waiting for you. We are characters trapped in a story you have written, and none of us will survive to see the end of it if the darkness darkness isn't stopped, she'll twist the story to her own dark ends.
How do you know all this?
Tom, that's the way he wrote it. He still talks to me, you know, in television, from beyond, from below. We've both been touched by the darkness, young man. He saved us both with light, but the darkness stays with you. Leaves a stain. This pipe will take us directly to the well-lit room.
Okay, I need to call my friends, tell them where we're going.
Hello? Al!
Barry, we're headed to the dam in one of the pipes. Meet us there.
Okay, I'll tell Sarah.
It's Sarah now?
Whoa! No! For the sweet love of...
Barry! Barry! We gotta go see if they're okay.
They're probably dead. You must reach the well-lit room. This is no time to be a selfish idiot.
That's my best friend!
Well, be a fool. I'll use the pipe. I'll meet you at the dam if you make it.
At least I didn't have to worry about her. She knew how to stay safe. The crash site looked bad, but as far as I could tell, the wreck was empty.
Barry! Barry!
Over here!
Hang in there, I'm coming!
Get the hell back, you freaks! Help! Help! Ah! No! Go! Get back!
You know when to make an entrance, Wake. We were ready to make like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I have a different ending in mind.
Yeah, I'm fine. Thanks for asking.
I knew you'd be all right.
How's that?
The Flaming Eye of Mordor?
Laugh it up, funny man. Didn't we have somewhere to go?
Weaver will meet us at the dam.
You spend most of your night running uphill while a crazy bunch of demon hicks try to take your head off with an axe. You know your helicopter crash landed in Night Springs.
Oh, I
You
should've
see
kept that
those
gym
lights?
membership.
That's the elevator we need to take.
Did you see that? What the hell is that thing? It's everywhere! Oh crap, there's more than one of them!
Nothing moves like that. It's impossible.
Ah! Al! Do something!
He's too fast. I can't get a shot.
There! No, there! Al, they're all over the place!
How many of them are there? Where'd that one go?
Ah, this can't be happening!
Wait, keep an eye out. I lost that one. Wait, this is bad. This is really bad.
Was that it? Are we safe?
That was... wow. I think we're okay.
Hey, Al, I got a bad feeling. Lead
Let's
the way,
keep our
Al.
eyes open.
Try not to get us killed.
Wait, call the elevator. I'm keeping watch.
I think I hear something moving around.
Heads up! Here they come!
Oh no! Oh no!
Come on! They're coming! We have to hold them off! Ha!
Oh no! Oh no! I swear this is the slowest elevator in the world!
It's almost here, Wake. Just hold on. You're hitting 'em. No, you don't.
It's here! Al, let's go! Say that! Al, please, you're so killed!
Wait, get in the goddamn elevator.
Al, hit the button!
We're almost there. There's an entrance into the dam at the top. What's the plan, Wake?
Well, Weaver's crazy, but she's got something Zane left behind. Something to fix this.
Gee, could you be a little more vague?
Thomas Zane? Seriously? Might as well be Paul Bunyan or Bigfoot.
Yeah, well, he was real.
Let's be careful, okay?
Oh, jeez, I hate this.
Okay, Wake. There's a button over there that opens the door. I think something's broken. Hold the button down so we can get in.
Al,
Wait!
what's going on?
We can get to the dam through here. What's happening out there?
You guys go ahead and find Weaver. She should be in the dam now. I'll have to make it alone through the top.
Okay, Wake. Good luck. Don't get yourself killed.
Al, please, be careful.
I'll take good care of Barry, Wake. You just look after yourself.
kidding me. Down, boy. I was ridiculously outnumbered. The searchlight could even the odds.
Enough. You will go no further. Stop now.
You made it. Well done. I'm glad I was wrong. But it was a foolish chance to take. Don't worry about the noise. We're safe here. I have looked after the well-lit room for many, many years now. There is no shadow in the well-lit room. The power is fail-safe, and all the bulbs are numbered and changed regularly based on their make and model.
Right.
There's an old army base at Raincoat Point, north of here. It was active during the Second World War. They operated here back then. They must have built this.
Yes, they did. It's my place now. take it. And I won't need to worry about the room anymore, because 6 and 33 and 118 need changing soon, and I don't want to climb up the ladder to change them because it's very late, and I'm tired. And if you take it, I won't have to do that anymore.
The page was autobiographical, a memory from my childhood. But I didn't write this. It was a page written by Thomas Zane. None of them were supposed to exist anymore.
Alan, 7 years old, would fight sleep to the bitter end. When he did sleep, he soon woke up, screaming, the nightmares fresh in his mind. One evening, his mother, sitting by his bed, offered him an old light switch. She called it the clicker, and flicking the switch would turn on a magical light that would drive the beast away. To imbue the talisman with all possible power, she added that it had been given to her by Alan's father. Alan never knew him, and anything of his took on mythical proportions in his mind. With the clicker firmly in his hand, Alan finally slept like a baby. Now, almost 30 years later, Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
My mind swirled. I'd given the clicker to Alice, yet it was here. Zane had written it into existence, in a story I had written. I can get to her now. I can finish this.
Chances flowing by. If I can let the memory heal, I will remember you with me on that field. When I thought that I fought this war alone, you were there by my side on the front line. When I thought that I fought without.
Previously on Alan Wake, I wrote a horror story that has come true. Thomas Zane did the same in the 70s.
You will go no further.
If I continue like the Dark Presence wants me to, the story I'm writing won't save Alice. It's a horror story. No one will survive.
You knew Zane! Thomas Zane! You're the Lady of the Light in the song!
He left something behind to help me. The clicker.
Alan thought of this as he stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, the clicker in his hand. He took a deep breath and jumped.
I can get to her now. I can finish this. I had a hangover. My head was about to explode and the light hurt my eyes. I needed my sunglasses and painkillers to dull the pain. In one of my finer moments of self-deception, I swore to quit drinking. The sunglasses made the world look bearable. Now I could keep my eyes open without feeling like a vampire in the sun. The pills worked fast. The prospect of being awake started to seem bearable again. There was a message waiting for me on the machine.
You have one new message.
Al! Are you still asleep? Wakey, wakey! You should have your show on your TiVo. If Alice wasn't too mad to record it. She called me earlier and really chewed me out. Yeah, we went a little overboard last night. But parties are a part of this business. Al, look,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Harry Garrett Show.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We have a great show tonight. I've been talking with the best-selling author Alan Wake about his new book, The Sudden Stop.
Yeah, good read. Go buy it.
No, it is a good read. Look, I'm gonna be honest here.
Is that wise?
No, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I got people who give me the lowdown on books. I'm a busy guy. But this one, I actually read from cover to cover. I mean, I'm a big fan.
Wow, thanks.
Now, this might be a spoiler for those who haven't read the book yet. Based on the sales figures, the 2 people out there who haven't read the book yet.
But this last book is all about the death of the main character, the hard-boiled New York detective, Alex Casey. Now, there's been a lot of outrage about this. Why the hell did you kill Casey? What the hell were you thinking, man?
Good riddance. No, seriously though, 7 years and 6 books is a long time. He was a gloomy guy to spend all your working hours with, and it was a good run. But it's time to explore new things. My next book will be a departure from the old for me.
You selfish bastard, always thinking of yourself. Well, you've certainly given us a lot of entertainment over the years. And now that you mention it, Casey was a gloomy guy. Never had much luck with his love life with the ladies. Was that autobiographical in any way?
Yeah, no kidding. Casey's lady friends tended to die on him. With Casey, it was all about his pain. No, nothing autobiographical about that. I'm a happily married man. My wife is my muse.
Well, congratulations. That's great to hear. So, how's the publicity tour been treating you?
Good. Great. But I gotta say, I'm glad to be back home in New York.
Well, you've certainly been on the news a lot lately. Lots of parties and, you got into a fight with some paparazzi.
Oh, man. Well, that guy was really in my face. I lost my temper. I know that wasn't cool.
You are famous for that temper.
Well, I did also write several books.
Well, your latest novel is called The Sudden Stop, and it's in bookstores now. Go get it. That means the 2 of you out there who haven't bought it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all we have for you tonight. I want to thank all our guests for the evening. Alan Wake, Sam Lake. Once more, do the face for his Sam. And our musical guests, Poets of the Fall. Thank you, and good night.
At least I'd been funny. I told myself I could live with that. I didn't say anything stupid if that's what you want to know.
Okay, Grumpy. You want an aspirin or something?
Are you gonna start with me about drinking now?
You know what?
I should have followed her
Go back to sleep,
advice.
Alan.
But suddenly I was angry. Mostly at myself. And she was there. What? Now you can't even talk to me?
Well, this morning I was angry because you said you'd be home at midnight and you showed up at 7 a.m. and passed out in mid-sentence. Now I'm over it. Are you angry?
This goddamn tour. It's gotten out of hand.
Oh, honey. It's almost over, right? We can get back to normal. Then you can start writing again.
I'm sorry, honey.
Alan, you're not thinking straight. Just take a shower and go back to bed, huh?
Yeah, you're right, honey. I'm sorry. Once this is over, let's go away together. A vacation. Just you and me. Some peace and quiet. Somehow, the clicker was the key to the cabin. I had to return to Cauldron Lake to save Alice. I'm going back to the lake to finish this. I'm going to write an ending to the story in the manuscript on my own terms, to make it all right.
Why can't you just write it here?
The last page is still in the typewriter. I need to read it first. Everything needs to be just right. Zane tried to cut some corners, and it didn't end well.
Okay, ready when you are.
I'm sorry, Sarah, but I need to do this alone. Barry, take her gun. Miss Weaver, close the door when I leave.
Good luck, Al.
See you later. When I got out, it was warm and sunny. I'd flicked the switch of the clicker. Had it done this? I didn't stop to question it. I had to take advantage of the sunlight to get to the lake. On Zane's page, I'd stood on the rim of Cauldron Lake, about to use the clicker. That's where I was headed. Alone, in daylight, surrounded by the beauty of the Pacific Northwest landscape, it was hard not to let doubt creep in one last time. I could still chalk everything up to a dream, a delusion. I had enough imagination to make up something like this, having been in the cabin all this time, trapped in a story inside my head, gone mad from grief over Alice's death like Hartman had claimed. There would be no way of knowing. I told myself it didn't really matter. My course was set. Had touched me. There was a link between us, always would be. I could feel its presence again, getting closer.
I will kill your wife.
This had obviously been the room where Agent Nightingale had stayed when he hadn't been busy harassing me.
Look after yourself and your co-workers.
Could have fooled me, pal. Based on the signature in the motel register, Agent Nightingale had stayed here, in room number 2. When I told Barry my plan back in the well-lit room, I'd acted as if I knew what I was doing. I didn't. I was operating on the shifting logic of a dream. I had to fight my way to the lake through the horrors of the night. I had to flick an old battered light switch imbued with childhood magic. I had to write a happy ending to a horror story. I had to save my wife from the dark prison she was being held in.
I will never give her to you.
could see Mirror Peak in the distance. That's where Cauldron Lake was. needed to get the generator running.
Turn back now. Do as you're told. Alice never loved you.
Baby, you were having a bad dream. It was just another nightmare.
No.
Everything's fine. You're home.
It wasn't a dream.
Everything's fine.
Turn the lights on. Turn the lights on!
Shh, baby. The power's out. There's no light. Come back to bed and I'll make you forget all about your fear of the dark.
My fear? It's your fear. Why aren't you afraid? You're not Alice. Turn the lights on now. Where's the clicker? What did you do with it?
Alan, you're scaring me now. Come back to bed. Have you taken your pills? Do you want me to call Dr. Hartman? I read your manuscript. It's brilliant. Departure is your best work yet. You're a genius. I'm so proud of you. Come back to bed. We'll talk more about it in the morning. Come back to bed, Alan.
Come back to bed, Tom.
You must find your way to the cabin. It stands in your way. It won't let you pass. It has no heart. It's filled with darkness. You must fill its heart with light. Don't mind him. He's Mr. Your friends will meet him when you're gone. Use the clicker.
I'm leaving you.
What?
I'm leaving you, Alan. I met someone. I'm in love with someone else.
Alice? No, what are you saying? You can't.
I don't love you. I could you. You don't even love yourself. All you do is torture yourself with work you can't do anymore.
No, I love you more than anything in the world. You're my muse.
I'm not.
Who are you? What have you done with my Alice?
Alan? What are you doing? Put the light back on. What are you doing, Alan? Stop! Put the light back on!
It wasn't true. Nothing like that had ever happened.
You're not my Barbara.
Tom, let me go. I promise to be good. Please, untie me, you naughty boy. I will help you write your masterpiece. I will love you forever.
No, you're not Barbara Jagger. I made a terrible mistake. I should have never written you back. You came back wrong. Your heart is filled with darkness.
Put that knife away, Thomas. Put it down.
My heart is filled with darkness. Cut it out. I'll take you back to the depths you came from.
Now you will never get her back.
I am much older than you. Older than your first work of art. I will find a new face to wear. Someone else to dream me free.
I could feel Alice's presence close by. I understood what I had to do now. I knew how to write the ending to Departure. There's light and there's darkness. Cause and effect. There's guilt and there's atonement. But the scales always need to balance. Everything has a price. That's where Zane had gone wrong. There's a long journey through the night back into the light.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
It's not a lake. It's an ocean.
Alan, wake up.
Ground control to Major Tom. Ground control to Major Tom. Take your protein pills and put your helmet on. 10. Ground control to Major Tom. 8. 6. Commencing countdown, engines on. 3, 2. Check ignition, and may God's love be with you. This is ground control to Major Tom. You've really made the grade. And the papers want to know whose shirt you wear. Now it's time to leave the capsule if you dare. This is Major Tom to ground control. I'm stepping through the door.